Recording in progress.
Hello, welcome to the next session with a pretty long title Beyond Editing. How visible are multipliers, community leaders, and organizers? Why are they important? And how can their visibility be increased? This is a session held by Claude, who is right now in Berlin, Germany, and myself, Martin, who is from Berlin, but right now in Singapore, as you can see. And this will be a bit tricky because we want to have it an interactive session, which is more or less organized by Claude and facilitated. But well, we'll see how it will do. And we invite you also to share your stories and things. And with this, I will go to or give the microphone to Claude. I hope it's working well. Hello, Claude. How's the weather in Berlin? Here it's raining.
I hope so. Well, actually, I'm not in Berlin. I'm in Mildenberg. It's close to Berlin, and the weather is great. I hope you are doing well in Singapore and also, yeah, from wherever you are virtually connected to the Wikimania. So, because we have little time, I start right into the topic of the session. I will share my screen. It may take some minutes or 1 minute. Okay, now I'm sharing my screen, but not the thing I want to share with you. 1 minute, please. We will be right there. So, here we go. So you have seen this slide before. And our topic is, as Martin already told you, multipliers, community leaders, and organizers. Everything that goes beyond editing. We want to talk about how they are important and how their visibility can be increased. And for that, we would, yeah, like to engage with you a bit. But first, what are multipliers? Multipliers are characterized by activities that go beyond creating and maintaining content in the Wiki project. Like, that if you imagine, you can imagine the content creating thing is the, yeah, it's the it's the thing about being Wikimedian, like putting pictures on license that can be shared, editing Wikipedia, providing data within the Wikidata. That's the main activity. That's what you all do. But there are other activities, and these activities provide opportunities for participation or to support other community members, or let the community grow in other ways. Some of these activities might be emotional support, conflict resolution, provision of technical tools, developing ideas and strategies, sharing knowledge and skills, organization of events and community spaces, applying for funding, networking, and so on and so on. You see, there's an array of activities that are really needed by the community to keep the community stable, to let the community grow. The thing is, as I already mentioned, multipliers are important for the stability and the growth of the community, but their outcome, their activities, they are not so countable like edit counts, like contribution to Wikidata or contribution to comments. And this is what makes these activities visible and also the multipliers. In addition to that, we notice there's also a lack of self-awareness that these tasks of the multipliers are important. Sometimes even the multipliers themselves don't know that the tasks are beyond editing are very important for the community. I often hear stories like that people organize events, but tell me that they're doing it on a sidetrack. It's not what what they see as the most important thing they do, but more like a side effect. Um, and what they see, what they perceive to be more important are the edit counts. So even the multipliers who do all the work sometimes are not aware about how important their activities are. And another problem within this context is that there's often a lack of structured ways and a clear awareness of how people can learn and do multiplier tasks. So even if there are really important tasks like training how to become a Wikipedian or training how to structure data within the Wikidata, um, there is no way people became, there's often no way to become a trainer and but these people are needed. So this is a big, this context of invisibility is a big problem. So we want to talk about our main question, what possibilities and practices exist to make multipliers and community organizers visible and to show appreciation. And we want to talk with you about, yeah, do you know practical examples that have already been successful? Do you have ideas on how to this could be achieved? How could we bring more appreciation to community organizers? How can we make these tasks, these activities more visible? And in order to share our ideas with you, we want to invite you to do a fishbowl. That's a tricky part because I don't see you as an audience. But I will explain the method and then we can start right away with an example that Martin provides. The idea about the fishbowl is that you in Singapore can pick one of the four or three seats that are empty, and then you can write your name and not in you don't need, sorry, you don't need to write your name. You can just sit on an empty seat, and then Martin will just give you the mic, and then you can say um what have you for ideas or experiences and stuff like that. And if you're finished with your story, with your contribution, you can just leave the seat and let other people sit there to share the ideas. With the people who are online and attending virtually, um, there is another thing you can do. You can go to the concept board yourself with this link. You have to type it. Not clicking will not help. And then you can go to the concept board yourself, type your name, and there's a reserved space for you, reserved for online attendees only, and then you can sit there yourself. Um, the thing is that the people attending online cannot speak for themselves, so you have to write your question or idea into the chat, and the the staff on site in Singapore will read it aloud. So we will start with Martin, who I know is already in the audience and has to say something. So let me type his name, and I will place him on a seat. I hope it's the right seat, Martin, you're taking.
No,
I
oh,
don't
yeah,
see you.
now it is.
No, it is okay. So, Martin, great to have you here. So, do you know any practical examples that are successful in making multipliers, community organizers visible, and how can we show them appreciation? Do you know of any practical example?
I know of many examples, and if you ask me for more, I can probably go give more. But the one that comes first to my mind. Some of you might even know from having been visited at the last Wikicon or the Wikicons before. That's the Wiki conventions and German meetups. The all German, Austrian, and Swiss meetup in one place in these countries. And we support people who want to show appreciation for all these kinds of not only editing but also project organizers, commons contributors, people who are active in GLAM activities and such, with a wiki OL. In German, it's Wiki Eule. And that's an award, a physical award, derived from the OL from Athens. So it's a little statue that is given by community members, the OL Academy, to community members that were active over the last year. So it's a bit like the Wikipedian of the year, but for German community. And we as Wikimedia Deutschland support them with a little budget, the budget they're asking for decorations of the room, for example, to have these little statues physically available at the award ceremony, and do whatever they need to make it a place where contributions, also beyond editing, are visible. That's something we do to support community, to appreciate community members. What about you? Do you have other, or will you take over, Claude, with the moderation again?
I can do that. Yeah, the thing is that I don't see who is maybe approaching the empty seats. So yeah, just give me a sign if this is happening. So you're invited to share your stories, to share your ideas on how we can make multipliers and organizers more visible. And
please come to
as long as
to the front, indeed, and take one of the seats next to me and the little plushie here, which is for the online participants if they want to share a story. Who has a story? Please come to the front. Tell us your name.
Okay. Hi, hello everyone. My name is Gan Wiyu from Taiwan. And I'm currently working as a facilitator in Taiwan Wikimedia user group. And as you know, we are not a very big group. And actually our organizers of the group is totally four of us. And we would try very hard to held in some workshops to facilitate, to encourage our members to get into to start to edit our own Wikipedias. And the question how can we make these organizers visible? I think personally, for example, me, I got the scholarship from the foundation that I have the opportunity to participate in the conference here. So it's very encouraging for us, but not all of our members and not all the organizers can get the scholarship. But of course, it's kind of we can share our experience here with each other. It's kind of yeah, it's my opinion. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the nice story. Scholarships as a kind of appreciation, absolutely, and to make projects beyond editing visible. Who else has a story? Sure, Sadiq, come to the front, take the microphone.
Hi, excuse me. My name is Sadiq Shahadu from Tamale, Ghana, and my story is I work with the Wikimedia communities in Ghana, and also a member of the Wikimedia Language Diversity Hub. So at this particular session, I am representing Wikimedia Language Diversity Hub and the Dagbani Wikimedians user group. So what is working for me is we have created we work with multiple language communities like Dagbani, Kusal, Dagari, like sub-dialects within the Moli Dagbani family of languages. And what we do is that we have created like a micro grant program within the user group where different language communities can access resources like funding for data allowances. There's a peculiar challenge with that is connected to most of these languages, like internet connectivity and cost of internet data. And as part of our effort to support volunteers and encourage community members to contribute to Wikipedia, we provide this micro grant for the sub-communities so that they can disperse to their language contributors by providing stipends during online meetings, and also providing internet routers or MiFis for those who contribute more effectively. Another interesting program we have adapted is the Article of the Week program, where the community comes together to select an article from the language Wikipedia, so that all of us can just jump onto the article within a course of 7 days, from Monday to the following Sunday. And this has helped us improve the quality of articles on the Dagbani Wikipedia. And when we do that, we select the top contributors from the most recent contributions on that particular article, and then we try to compensate them with data allowance so that they can continue to edit. It's a very big challenge for us, communities in Ghana, because of the cost of internet data. So this is just another way of supporting community members and making sure that everybody is getting the needed support they will get to be able to contribute effectively to their language Wikipedia. Yeah.
Thank you, Sadiq, for sharing your story. One question back to you, maybe. We were talking about how you and others support these workshops with these activities. How is your activity visible? I mean, you shared here now. That's, I think, also an appreciation of your activities. And that's one of the goals of the session here, to appreciate also you as community leaders. But do you get some recognition for your work in the projects? Can you share a bit about this, maybe?
Thank you. So yes, of course, we do get recognitions from other affiliates and communities within the movement. One of the support we got recently is the Wikimedia Deutschland's laptop donation program, where community members were asked to submit their applications. And before I go into that, 70% of my community members actually edit from their mobile phones, which is a big challenge for us in Ghana. So this particular program by Wikimedia Germany, which is currently managed by Alan and Mohammed, has been a very great support for the community, because some of them were able to apply for a laptop through their laptop donation program, and I've also picked one of them that I'll be sending back to the community members. So these are some of the recognition that I think we get from external affiliates, and also we are one of the focus languages that were selected for the pilot of Abstract Wikipedia in 2024. So Dagbani is one of the languages, and as part of our effort to contribute to the project, we've been involved in creating lexemes and building lexicographical data for Dagbani language on Wikidata. And our community is one of the most, integrated languages. The Dagbani language is currently one of the most integrated languages on Wikidata in Africa. And we have created the highest number of lexemes as at now, with over 8,000 lexemes in Dagbani. So this being part of the Abstract Wikipedia, or being selected as one of the focus languages for Abstract Wikipedia, was really a big thing for me, because at that time I remember we were still in the incubator, and I believe it was as a result of the community engagement and the contribution that we make and how effective the incubator was that made them select us as part of the language. So these are some of the little recognitions that we get. And also from Art and Feminism, who has been like a great support to us. They've been giving us like micro grant through their art and feminism campaigns programs to contribute content to the Dagban Wikipedia. And there's already like a huge gender gap on the Dagban Wikipedia, even though we are just like starting up, and not starting up because we have like over 7,000 articles already on Dagban Wikipedia, but there's still a gender gap, and we see that this would continue as all of us are already aware. But art and feminism campaigns has really helped us to reduce the gender gap by creating campaigns that seeks to increase the visibility of biographies of women on the Dagban Wikipedia. Yeah, so these are some of the things that I can remember for now.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for mentioning Wikimedia Deutschland. This is not scripted. It made me a bit blush. Thank you for these nice words. Who else has a story to share? Are you complete with your stories, or do you want to still join here on the table? That's fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, me again. I'm a member in Taiwan Wikimedia user group in Taiwan, and we started our user group and to participate in together with the whole Wikimedia movement, right? But in Taiwan and in many other places, there are many groups. Actually, they are doing their own wiki projects, but maybe they don't know how to get involved. I mean, to start a user group on Meta page, especially as I know, for example, we have Amis community and Sijie communities also in Taiwan, the Taiwan Indigenous Languages community. They do a lot of work, but like they are not very familiar with Meta page. They do a lot of work on their own Wikipedia pages, but they don't know how to, for example, like get funds or like to start their user group page to get interaction with international communities. Yeah, that's what I'm sharing. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Please come to the front. Do you want to stay? Then please stay. Or if you want to, that's okay. Fantastic. That's how it works. Hello and welcome.
Hello, I'm Ferdinando from Italy. I'm an event organizer. I'm glad to meet you. More than wanting to share an experience, I wanted to make a consideration. I feel recognized as an organizer, and I feel that the other organizers in Italy are pretty visible and pretty recognized. But I feel that we are too few. The problem, in my opinion, is not that the existing multipliers, as you call them, and thank you for this session because I didn't reflect on the importance of these kind of things before. More than being not recognized, I think that the problem, at least in my context, is that we are too few to organize offline events, to organize projects, to ask for grants, to all these things you were citing. So I think that we should also try to think how to increase the number of people who do this kind of job, because the existing people who do these kind of things are already recognized. We have things similar to your wiki owls in Italy and Wikirichi, yes. And so I think that the community is always very warm, very appreciating of the work we all do, but that we are few. So I'd like to ask if someone found some way to involve more people in this kind of activity, because I thought that in my community I wasn't able to.
Thank you very much for sharing this story. Absolutely, we need more multipliers. That's one of the goals. And I'm thinking of things like train the trainer. Does anyone of you have a story to share about that? Or maybe, Claude, do you want to share a story about train the trainer? Not scripted either.
I can do that. Yeah, we often see the problem within with getting more multipliers to get more people active in this specific roles is that there is no capacity building. So there is no structured way to become a multiplier, to get a grip on the task that needs to be done. So what we need is something like, yeah, we need training, but this is a challenge because that's not something um, yeah, not something that we can easily do as a sidetrack activity. You need really to focus on something like training new people becoming multipliers. But because what you're doing as multipliers, as organizers, is often you are visible, you may be visible, but how you do things and how the things are done step by step, that's often not visible. So the people need to learn how you do this stuff, and they often needed to see in a step by step kind of way. So having a training to train people to become multipliers and then to share these trainings with other people. We call them trainer. We have something like this within Wikimedia Germany. We're doing this with people who want to train others to get active in Wikipedia. So we train people to become trainers themselves. But this is something you really need to focus on, and it may take a lot of resources. This is something, this is a concern coming with this kind of program.
So thank you, Claude, for sharing. You didn't see that I used a little plushie and held a microphone in front of it on that table. We are reaching the end of the session, and we wanted to share. Yeah, time's up. Standing there. We wanted to introduce you to the topic of multipliers. We wanted to make you aware of the things beyond editing, to take a look at that, and to show appreciation, look beyond. And we also wanted to introduce you to the fishbowl concept here. I hope you enjoyed the session and see you at the next one. Thank you, Claude.
Hello, can you hear me? Welcome to this session. My name is Sadek Shahadu, and I will be presenting this session on behalf of the Wikimedia Language Diversity Hub. And I have my co-presenter online, Sadip. He'll be joining us shortly. So I will be talking to you about the Wikimedia Language Diversity Hub's works and the research that we did in 2022 in October. And I'll be sharing more with you the findings, the background of the hub, and the method that we used in the interview, and then also the findings and then the next steps. So the Language Diversity Hub initiated, the initiative started in 2021, building upon the existing Wikimedia Language Diversity Network, which started way back in 2012. And the purpose of this was to support and connect affiliates and volunteers to new and smaller language versions of Wikimedia projects. And we have been working on this project since 2021, and we have a steering committee from a very diverse linguistical background and also from different regions of the world. So this is the list of steering committee members, and I'm sure some of you may be familiar with their usernames. And Amir, and Amkwe Ayumo John from Wikimedia Norway, and Mali Oscar Sadip, who is my co-presenter, myself, and then that is the steering committee members for the Wikimedia Language Diversity Hub. We also have an observer steering committee who are members from the Wikitongues, and Art and Feminism, and also Wikimedia UK. So what exactly were we trying to discover or investigate? So the research was focused on understanding the limitations within the smaller language Wikimedia communities, and we wanted to understand what is limiting the contributors of new language Wikipedia editions. That is from the start in the incubator to when they are approved. And the method we used to conduct this research was semi-structured interview with contributors from different countries. And we were looking at identifying, 4 types of barriers that these communities are facing. Prior to that, we had conducted a survey within ourselves to see some of the topmost priorities as far as the research is concerned. So when we talk about the challenges faced by smaller language Wikimedia communities, we are talking about challenges that most of us are already aware of, especially those who are working closely with language communities. Some of them are challenges that we can simply address by working collaboratively together. Some of them are also challenges that the foundation can work to support. And we had open questions where we invited contributors or participants of the research to exchange their information via Zoom. And I also conducted some of the sessions in person, especially at the Wiki Indaba. I engaged some committee members from the Igbo and Ghanaian, Nigerian Pidgin Wikimedia communities. But largely, we conducted most of the interview sessions online because of the different time zones that people were on, and also the fact that we did not get the opportunity to travel to meet most of these people because of limited funding support. So most of the interviews are already uploaded on our YouTube channel that you can watch later. And in terms of identifying which community we should work with, we try to look at the how the community are involved in the Wikipedia project. We also wanted to make sure we are having a globally represented community. And then, of course, we wanted to make sure that there's somebody that we can speak to who is already involved in these communities. So if you look on my screen, you will see languages that we engage from South Asia, Middle East, the Caribbean, ISAP, and Northern and Western Europe. We have from Middle East, Dagbani, Gruni, Igbo, and Nigerian Pidgin. And then ISAP, we have Paiwan and Mon Wikipedia, and the other languages from different parts of the regions. So, like I said, we wanted to engage them to understand their real challenges, not just like a survey. We could, conduct surveys like most committees do, but we wanted to get like in-depth information from them, and we wanted them to share this information personally with individuals who are part of the committee, especially those that they are already familiar with. We believe that this will allow them to share more information, and we will be able to use that to analyze our data from the research. And there's a YouTube channel that we've created for this, and you can find all the research, the in-person and online research that we did by going to this tiny URL. And so, yeah, we needed somebody who is very closer to the committee, and also the possibility of getting the approval of the committee that we were engaging, so that we can get a smooth flow of the work. And this took quite a long time, between August and November in 2022. So what we also wanted to understand was, like, even though we selected random committee members from different language groups, we wanted to understand why their motivation of accepting to be part of this research program. So most of them shared that they want to bring knowledge about their language and culture to the next generation and the rest of the world. And others shared that they are interested in conserving the knowledge about culture, history, and tradition from their language communities. And most of them were also sharing about revitalizing their language and then doing something for their culture and people. Now, let's talk about the barriers. So when we talk about the barriers, we were looking at technical barriers, economic barriers, social and education and knowledge-related barriers. So for technical knowledge, technical barriers, we're looking for what are some of the technical challenges that they face in terms of like language. We know when we talk about language, most of them would have different keyboards, or maybe they have like some special characters that are not currently supported in the Wikimedia ecosystem, or if they have, how do they easily navigate through these keyboards? Then in terms of technology, again, we looked at the incubator. If you are currently working on the incubator projects, you will realize that it is not user-friendly as people would think. Like if you are very new to Wikimedia movement, or you are just starting up a new language project, it is not really as easy as we wanted it to be. So we wanted to see some of the challenges that people face in these projects on the incubator. So we also looked for like those who are really interested in getting like basic knowledge in terms of like training, how they can effectively organize online and in-person training for committee members. So these were technical like skills, like training people how to use Wikidata tools, training people how to use specific like gadgets on Wikimedia or Wikipedia projects. And then we looked at the economic barriers. So economic barriers, most of the committee members we engaged complained of not having like enough, time to contribute to Wikipedia. And some of them complained about the cost of internet data and equipment. I know most of you are already familiar with these challenges as far as communities from the global south is concerned, especially in Africa. And there's also like unemployment issues related to these economic barriers. And then the most surprising thing was the lack of interest in volunteering. So what exactly is stopping people from contributing to Wikipedia or being like volunteers? And then we talked about the social barriers with few of the participants, and we realized that there were too few contributors to these smaller language projects on the incubator especially. And then the gender imbalance at the early stage. They are very small language projects, and we already see like a huge gender gap, like the number of female contributors, for example, were very limited as compared to the male contributors. And also those who contribute to biographies of female content, we try to like identify their username and engage them to learn more about why they mostly like contribute to articles related to women in Africa. And then we talked about education and other knowledge-related barriers. We discovered that the language is not taught. Most of the languages that we engage, like the Dagbani, is not like taught in schools, even though it's one of the government-sponsored languages. And the other challenge is that there's no like rich online resources for teachers or students who want to teach Dagbani in schools, for example. So in Ghana, we engage like the Dagbani community and also the Gruni community, which I'm closely connected to. There's also not like standardized written version of the language, which is very, very challenging for most people to continue to contribute to Wikipedia. And then challenges with language knowledge and also in the community. Even though we have so many like students and teachers within some of these language communities, but there's still like limitations to what resources they can get to contribute to Wikipedia in their various languages. So in summary, the work that are done by small language Wikimedia contributors is really, really remarkable. And I think there has been like an increase in the number of people who contribute to smaller language Wikipedia projects. And there has also been like a lot of new language incubator projects coming out from these language communities, like the Dagbani. When I engaged them at the initial stage, they had only 2 language communities, like the Gruni and the Dagbani. Now I've seen like a few more languages coming from the group, which is very great. So the largest barrier for many emerging Wikipedia communities are even outside the Wikimedia community. So these are some of the things that we want to discuss and also learn from the community, how we can connect like non-Wikimedia communities to Wikimedia communities or affiliates to be able to work together and provide like solution for these communities. And we looked at how we can also connect linguists and also language technologists outside the Wikimedia movement and those who have like a professional background, especially technology that are related to, languages or language revitalization. And within the movement, we have most of the resources needed. I know we have a lot of, let's say, money to support these communities, but we don't know where to channel that money to and who need these resources the most. So what is our next step? My colleague Sadip will be joining us. I don't know if he's online. Okay, so Sadip, if you are ready, please let me know. And our next step, we have proposed a grant proposal, and the grant proposal is through the Movement Strategy grant. And this grant proposal would help us, restructure, keep building the hub, and also organize like more regular meetings to engage more of these language communities. It is also a way to foster collaboration among the language communities and also provide like technical support and language support for these communities. We have already started engaging, individuals and organizations that are interested in supporting us. Galingo from Norway, who are, they are very much interested in providing support, like keyboard support for these language communities that we work with. So as part of our next grant program, we would like to provide like a robust solution, especially those who need support with keyboard for their various languages. And then we also focused on need assessment. How can user groups or chapters better understand or support the smaller language Wikimedia communities? And then we engaged most of the steering committee members who are also members of the Wikimedia language committee to understand what exactly we can do to improve the incubator and if that is still necessary for smaller or test wikis. For me personally, when I started engaging most of these language communities, it was really difficult to, teach them how to, do basic things like adding references on Wikipedia in the incubator. The fact that you have to like use templates on Wikipedia the incubator is really a big challenge, especially for those who are just joining the movement. We assume that not everybody would have the technical knowledge to be able to create templates or use templates on the incubator. So this is one of the things that we want to see improve within the Wikimedia Incubator interface. And then we are trying to build a network of linguists and language technologists with Wikitongues who already have like a large community base that are working to support language revitalization. And as most of us are already aware, Wikitongues is one of the affiliates who are working so much with language communities, and we want to, partner with them to improve our work and also support their initiatives, especially the language accelerator program that they are currently, doing within the Africa communities. And we want to expand this work. We want to keep engaging people via interviews to document and build a solid foundation for other people to, leverage on. We also want to help document resources for the incubator. There's currently no resources available for people, especially those who are working with smaller language communities. So we want to see how best we can collaborate to create more resources and documentation for those who need it most. Most of the times, community leaders have to always reinvent the wheel. So if you are working with, for example, language A, and after supporting them to get out of the incubator, you have to go back again and start doing the same thing with the next language. So if there's a possibility of us having a documentation or rich online resources, either on Wikimedia Commons or maybe YouTube or other forms of documentation that people can easily find and learn from, so that we don't have to always start from scratch. So this is very important to us as a hub, and we want to see this implemented in the next phase of our program. So another thing that we want to do is to define the governance of the hub, and also answer the questions of how a hub should look like. And we are also interested in building, as I said in my earlier presentation slides, we want to build an infrastructure for keyboard and language technology. So if you are interested in, collaborating with us, you have any community that is working to support these challenges, we'll be very happy to, have you on board. Now, my colleague Sadip would join us to discuss. I'm also looking for feedback, comments, suggestions on how we can improve the work that we do, and also the possibility of collaborating with other affiliates as a hub. Yeah. So over to you, Sadip.
Thank you so much, Sadiq, for having me here. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending this conversation. I'd first like to acknowledge all the support that the initial hub discussions that we've been having, and the research that we did. For that, all the support we had from the steering committee, especially from Mali, and John Harold from Wikimedia Norway. And I'm not sure how much time we have, but I'll just like to open it up for a conversation. I'll also invite you all to read the proposal for what the hub aims to do in the coming years. But so far, on what you've heard, I'll just open up the space. If you have any questions or feedback based on what you heard so far, are we missing something? Should we be focusing on something else than, let's say, working on the Wikimedia incubator? Should that be someone else's responsibility? But then whose responsibility? Can we better support the different communities across the globe? How can we do that? And finally, are there affiliates or individuals in the room or beyond who would like to join forces with this hub experiment that we're doing? Yeah, so just want to open it up. As much long as time we have, it's supposed to be more of a conversation around anything that you think would be most useful for now. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you so much, Sadiq, for the presentation. I'll remain here to listen to any questions and if needed to respond to anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sadip. So we are looking for feedback, as I said, and this is going to be like an open conversation. If you are working with an affiliate that is interested in supporting the hub, we will be very much excited to hear from you. And if you have any feedback for us as a hub, what can we improve on? What can we, change as a hub? This would be very, very useful to us. It was supposed to be like a panel session, but unfortunately, only a few of us are here, and my colleague Sadip will be joining to hear more. And if you have any question for me, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Geoffrey from the Wikimedia Community User Group in Uganda. So yeah, we do have a local language Wikipedia called the Luganda Wikipedia that we're trying to grow in the country. And yeah, we are very much interested in the initiative and joining hands with the hub. So thank you for the good work so far. I think my question is, yeah, how do you see this hub working with the other hubs? Because the other hubs that are also being formulated, and maybe they are also trying to see how they can support local language Wikipedias in their region. So just trying to think like, yeah, how do we plan to avoid duplication of efforts when those regional hubs are also trying to support local language Wikipedias? Have you had like discussions with them, and how do you envision that working out?
Thank you so much for the question. And I'm so happy to hear that there are new language communities also coming up in Uganda. And my colleague Sadip would like to maybe, Sadip, are you ready to speak about this? I know he has been working with a few, other hubs who are also interested in collaborating with us. Yeah, so.
Yeah, sure. I think that's, first of all, that's a really important question that we all should sit together and think about. But on a very simple answer would be that most of the regional hubs kind of will be addressing more regional issues. For instance, bringing in new communities on, and maybe addressing some of these concerns, like let's say economic or social barriers, maybe they can address those. But then the hub at more of a global level can kind of support the infrastructure. Let's say if we are improving the incubator, if that's something that we do, that would then support languages across the world, not specific to any region. So I do see that there, there are opportunities to collaborate, but then again, there is a lot of work needs to be done, and I don't have this fear that there's going to be a situation where we are duplicating it. More, I see more like an image I remember from the movement strategy, which was of an orchestra. We're all working or playing a different instrument and making beautiful music together, I hope.
Thank you so much, Sadip. Any more? So, as I said, we are looking for affiliates to join us. We are looking for affiliates who are interested in collaborating with us. They necessarily do not have to be like a language affiliate or an affiliate that is working specifically on language project, but any language affiliate or chapter that is interested in like supporting our work. We are also currently looking for fiscal sponsors, So if you know your hub can help us, improve our work, receive support from foundation, this will be very, very useful to us. Any more question, suggestion, comment? Okay, I have 5 more minutes left. Oh, my time is up. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Hi folks, if you're here for the Wikispecies session, would you like to move forward because we're going to be having a discussion? Okay, welcome everybody and thank you for coming to this session. Can I ask, other than me and Lydia, how many of you were at this session in Montreal in 2017? Nobody. Okay, so that's going to be interesting. Oh, you were there. Good. 3 of us then. So what I wanted to talk about today was the relationship between Wikispecies and the rest of the Wikimedia movement, and particularly Wikidata. And the reason for that is I spend a fair bit of my time on Wikispecies as an admin and supporting the community there. Although I'm not a taxonomist or a biologist and I'm not able to... There's some strange noises coming from the background. So I'm not able to get involved in the taxonomic side of the discussion very much, but I am an interested amateur natural historian, so I participate there. And what I've observed over the years is that there is a divide between the core of the Wikispecies community, who are very knowledgeable taxonomists, subject experts, many of them professionals, some of them leading amateurs of high renown, and the rest of the Wikimedia movement. And I've said to them in the past that, in a nutshell, if we were setting up Wikispecies today, we wouldn't do it the way it's done. We'd use Wikidata to host the data, and then we'd produce a front end, something like Scholia, for those of you who know it, to render the data in the way that Wikispecies currently renders what is very unstructured data in the main part. And we had a discussion about this in Montreal in 2017, and people agreed that things could be improved, and in some small ways on Wikispecies they have been. So some data in Wikispecies now comes from Wikidata. So, for instance, images for most individual species, rather than the higher ranks, we simply put a template on the Wikispecies page that says put the image from Wikidata here, and we call in whichever is the lead image for that species on Wikidata, which saves the taxonomist the bother of trying to choose which is the best image or argue over it or whatever. And we do the same for authority control for taxonomists who are written about on Wikispecies. So there are pages on Wikispecies for each taxon, for each species and genus. There are pages for each person who named a species or genus. And there are pages for the publications that described that species or genus. So the authority control for the people is also pulled in from Wikidata. We had an RFC a couple excuse me, we had an RFC a couple of years ago, and there was agreement in principle to using structured templates for the bibliographic data for the publications. And once that's done, there's no reason that that data couldn't be pulled in from Wikidata, but that hasn't yet been implemented. And that's partly through lack of volunteer time of people who are expert enough to write the Lua code. I'm a template editor, but I'm not a Lua coder, so I can't do that. So I wonder, and this is going to be a discussion, I'm not here to present slides or anything like that, but I wonder if any of you have any views on what I've described so far, any ideas for how we could take things forward, any reasons why we shouldn't take things forward, or if you can identify any other issues that might stand in the way. And we'll have to use the microphone because there are people watching remotely, so if you want to speak.
Well, thank you for organizing this meeting. I'm Fernando Archubi from Argentina. I am a biologist. I work also in paleontology. I am not a taxonomist. I used to use Wikispecies some years ago at the university, teaching with Wikispecies and Wikidata and Wikipedia. And then I stopped using Wikispecies. I didn't find it easy to integrate with other tasks of students. But I was wondering which was the future of Wikispecies. I am eager to listen to what you are going to show us, and I imagine an integration of information of Wikidata, Wikipedia, and Wikispecies, so that I can refer to the same queue, etc., from Wikidata for a species, a genus, or whatever. I don't know how is it going to behave when taxonomy changes, which is very usual when taxonomists revise groups. But never mind. I'm just here to learn.
I'm not really going to show you anything. I just wanted a discussion.
Okay.
Thank you. One question which comes to my mind quite often when I look at the well-established, long-lasting wiki projects is the MediaWiki software a good tool for them? It's like, I know that Wikisource contributors struggle with this software. I know that it's not the perfect way of showing and navigating images on commons. And there are internal discussions in these projects about, is it really usable? Do we do something about it? Do we build a whole bunch of templates and technical solutions around it? Do we leave it as it is? Do we suffer? Do we move forward? So my concern here is a catalog-like project, like Wikispecies, a good content to be built around a MediaWiki software?
Also, shall I respond to that? Were you going to say something, Mike? I think that's a very fair question, and I think it's, without being rude, it's an academic question because it's what's being used. We do have a catalogue that is being built in MediaWiki. You could argue that it would be better built in Wikibase and then rendered in MediaWiki or wherever else. But I think the option of saying, well, no, it's not the right software, we need some different software, isn't really one that we have the option to take at the moment. But I think it's a valid question, and it's certainly something that should be borne in mind perhaps in the longer term. Lydia?
Not directly to this, but I would be interested who here actually edits Wikispecies and who edits Wikidata and who edits both. So raise your hand for Wikispecies. Okay, Wikidata? Okay, that means you three both. I think that is part of the problem. The people we probably should be talking to are not necessarily here.
This is very true. I've suggested in the past to people on Wikispecies that they should be here at Wikimania. I've reminded them that remote participation was available. I've seen no sign that anybody's actually turned up. As I say, there is a divorce between a very tight-knit and very skillful community and the wider Wikimedia movement. And I don't know how to resolve that. I've tried, and it's not easy. I think another aspect that concerns me is the model of the taxonomy that's used, because it's not a field where there is absolute truth, like you might argue there is in physics or chemistry. I'm sure there are physicists or chemists who might disagree. But there are different agreements as to which are valid taxons and which should be merged or split or whatever. And it's noticeable sometimes that Wikipedia, Wikimedia Commons, Wikidata, and Wikispecies don't necessarily agree with each other, and you sometimes have 2, 3, or even 4 different versions of the taxonomy. Now, it is possible in Wikidata to represent multiple versions of the truth according to different sources. The other projects, all including Wikispecies, all attempt to represent one version of the truth. Life would be a lot simpler for everybody if the one version of the truth that was being represented by each of those projects was the same one version of the truth, rather than a version of the truth. Sorry, was it you who raised your hand, Michael, or you? Yeah, okay, we'll come to you, Mike.
Even in perhaps one of the most well-studied, well-understood groups of organisms, birds, there are at least 3 official different lists of all the bird species of the world maintained by different official organisations, none of which agree, none of which are subsets of the other. And that's quite without the actual regional checklist. So the official New Zealand checklist of birds drawn by the New Zealand Ornithological Society does not agree with the Cornell or the other two either. So we don't, even, and that's in birds, that's a very well understood group. Now, in less and more obscure groups, then who knows which particular classification it is we were supposed to be representing.
At the beginning, you said that you would not be getting into taxonomy, at least for that part of the session, so I was holding back. But I'm sorry, it's time for me to be blunt. If there are multiple taxonomies circulating in the world, and there are, and if the solution adopted at Wikispecies is not sufficient to address them, and if Wikidata addresses this issue sufficiently, I think that sort of answers the question of to migrate or not to migrate.
I know that the taxonomists on Wikispecies have a version of the truth. How they resolve the issue of the different bird lists, I don't know. But they only represent one model. Whether Wikidata is correctly capable of representing all the different models of taxonomy, I don't know. I'm not in a. I said it's capable of representing different models. Whether it does represent them, and whether it's capable of representing all of the models, I'm not so sure. But again, I'm not in a position to judge that. But it's clearly a very complex system.
For the sake of our online audience.
For the sake of the online audience, it's technically possible for Wikidata to say that according to some sources, this species belongs in this family, and according to a different classification, it belongs in another family. The problem is that you want to normally come up with a hierarchy, a single hierarchy you could use to start answering questions or running search results or something. I mean, it wants to say which is the deprecated, which is the preferred version of that classification. Wikidata is still hierarchical and still wants one single nested hierarchy, I think.
So that leaves a question of, and I promise I'll shut up. I'll even, I don't want to dominate this discussion anymore. So that leaves a question of doing the footwork of actually setting up the taxonomies in Wikidata. If, as you are saying, the system is capable of accepting what you refer to as different versions of reality, let's say, and there is no reality, there are just sources, right? So if Wikidata is capable of accommodating different versions of reality, now is the question of the footwork to either the footwork to actually reflect the multiple taxonomies in Wikidata, or employ an automated system, a bot, a script, whatever, to populate those taxonomies properly with the individual branches.
Thank you. Interesting thoughts. I'd like to extend Lydia's question. Lydia asked how many of you edit Wikidata. How many of you edit Wikidata about taxonomic names of living things? Yeah, okay. Can I ask how you find doing that on Wikidata when it comes to the issue of different models of taxonomy? Does anyone like to comment?
I guess I'm Alex from Australia. I've got a science background, but absolutely nothing to do with biology or anything like that. But yeah, I have found it sort of interesting. I guess, yeah, for me, being quite, I mean, I don't want to say ignorant, but yeah, just sort of not I would say not very knowledgeable on taxonomy and biology in general. But I still really enjoy, sort of putting in taxon authors and years that things were named. I guess for me, it's just a difficulty of understanding things like recombinations and synonyms and so on, and how to model those. I think it has got better. Like I remember a few years ago, just there was nothing about how to represent those, and I think it's one of those things like published books and so on, that where the model has been developed or sort of iterated on and built over the years, and the documentation gets better over time. And if I check now, it'll probably be better than the last time I checked. But yeah, I think that's sort of, I guess most of what I do is just putting in authors, finding and that's one of those things I find really useful about the Wikidata way, as opposed to say Wikispecies and Wikipedia, is that it normally is just the surname appears and there's no actual link to the biologist who did the name or the classification.
So you're saying that's like using Wikipedia?
Sometimes, I mean, as in an info box, and it'll have just the. Well, it'll usually just have no author at all. Yeah.
Does anybody else?
I sure do. So, I mean, the point we're skirting around that you're quite aware of is that Wikidata can't agree what a taxon is. So there's two different models. If we look at the common house sparrow, Passer domesticus, little brown bird. Now there's an item for Passer domesticus. Does it refer to a little brown bird, or does it refer to the name Passer domesticus, which was coined by probably Linnaeus in the 18th century, and this particular publication, and so is a subset of this genus Passer and whatnot? And some folks in Wikidata really, really want to be able to say that Freddie the Sparrow in a Hollywood movie is an instance, say, of Passer domesticus. But of course it's not, because Passer domesticus is actually a label, a two-word label given to a concept of a taxonomic name, which may not even be a valid name. It may not even actually be used anymore. It might be defunct, but it still exists in Wikidata because you have to have all the synonyms. So what we have to do instead is say Passer domesticus, Freddie the Sparrow is an instance of an individual of the species Passer domesticus. And the battle seems to be, and you know much more about this than me, between people who want to treat the taxonomic names in Wikidata as free-floating labels with a particular hierarchy, but you can't say something like, well, this name has a range of Eurasia and has been introduced to New Zealand, because you can't say that about a two-word label. That's not a thing. It's the sparrows that have been introduced to New Zealand, the sparrows that currently have the label Passer domesticus attached to them, but they might change that label one day and go by a different name, and that's not really how Wikidata, because Wikidata doesn't seem to be able to agree on how it's going to model those facts. Is that seem fair to you, Andy, or what do you think?
Sadly, yes, it does. Does anybody else want to add anything before I move on? Okay. So we're over halfway through our half-hour slot, and we've identified a number of issues with Wikispecies around lack of integration with the rest of the movement, or lack of integration with other Wikimedia projects, and possibly about the software not being appropriate. And we've identified some potential issues with Wikidata, but Lydia's here, so they'll all be fixed very quickly. Some issues around modelling which may take quite some time to resolve. They certainly haven't been resolved easily so far. What I'd like to do in the next 10 minutes is talk about I won't say solutions, because these may be insoluble or very difficult to solve problems, but the next steps towards a solution. So what can we do to, as Wikimedians, to be more welcoming to those in Wikispecies who perhaps don't see themselves as part of this movement, as people who do edit Wikispecies, what can we do to be more collaborative around that work? What can we do as Wikidatans to improve the modelling of the taxonomy in such a way that it's more easily to integrate with Wikispecies? And what can we do on Wikispecies to use data from Wikidata more effectively, even if we can't do the taxonomic data yet? Because, as I said at the beginning, we started with things like the authority control for the people and the images of the species. So we did the low-hanging fruit rather than trying to address the taxonomic modelling issue. And as an aside, one of the things that concerns me is there is a lot of data in Wikispecies that is not being captured in Wikidata or indeed any of the other Wikimedia projects. So if a species is in Wikispecies, there will be a Wikidata entry. But as I alluded to when you spoke, the paper that originated that species name and the author of that name may be in Wikispecies as unstructured prose, but it's not captured in Wikidata, it's not captured in Wikipedia. How can we make Wikispecies more structured so the data can more easily be integrated into Wikidata and eventually be served from Wikidata? Anybody got any ideas? No. Well, I'll put it another way. If you had to do something, what would you do first? Pardon? Site Q. Thank you. Site Q is on Wikispecies. It's very little used. Part of the problem is the rendering, because the Wikispecies editors like to render their sources in a different way to the Wikipedias from which the template has been copied. And we need a Lua editor to help us modify the citation template so that it renders the correct way. And then I think very quickly we'd get consensus to use that. But yes, that's a good first step, I think. Do we have any Lua coders in the room who would be interested in getting involved with that? Okay, I'll talk to you about that a bit more later then. Anybody else got? Has anybody else got anything that they would suggest?
How much are people on Wikispecies excited about visualizations and visualizations?
As far as I'm aware, that they're not at all. They just want a flat database or flat catalogue. You disagree?
Like, I'm also an editor on Wikispecies, and there has been work done, but it had to be very labor intensive. I think they code it in Python so that it generates kind of like the family tree, or like a bubble map of how things are related with one another. And I believe there was a lot of uptake, but that was at least good 10 years ago. So there was someone that was active in the community, but given that the page constantly updating, and there's images being added, removed, and etc. So for now, I would say it's presented in like a flat database format, but there's definitely some interest towards kind of like a linkage or visualizing kind of way.
Yes. So, in general, to get people excited about Wikidata and understand it, visualizations and that show how this data goes beyond what is in one item, but exploiting the actual graph is usually helpful to get people excited. And I was wondering if one opportunity would be to make visualizations more accessible. So this could be something as simple as a link in an info box to some tool that does a visualization, or even thinking about some visualizations on Wiki, but that may be as a future step.
I think so, and I think again we're going for the low-hanging fruit. We could perhaps make the Scholia link for the authors more prominent, and possibly even embed it with something within the page on Wikispecies, and that would hopefully whet people's appetite to do more with it for other types of content. So I'll undertake to go away and have a look at that. Anybody else? Well, we have only 5 minutes left, so Oh, I'm getting a signal from the back, 5 minutes left. But I'm quite happy to wrap up there if everybody's happy that we've covered everything that they wanted to discuss. We haven't had any feedback, I take it, from online? No questions? No? Okay. Well, thank you all for coming. I hope that if we do this again in another 6 years, we have a bit more progress to discuss than we have after the last one. But keep in good heart and be optimistic, and thank you for your contributions.
Oh. Hi, everyone. We are live. We here and we can begin. Is that right? That's right. Okay. Hi.
Hello. So, but we're not on full screen yet. But I guess it's fine. Okay. So, hello everyone. Welcome to our presentation. I'm Valerie, the Community Communications Manager for Wikibase, and I'm going to present with Christos, who's the Partner Manager for Wikibase. So we're going to talk about the wondrous world of Wikibase. What we envision is a hopefully easy to grasp introduction to what Wikibase is all about. And yeah, we're happy to be here with you. And we hope you enjoy it. So today we'll talk about the vision. We'll talk a little bit on what linking data is actually about. We'll give you an intro into what Wikibase can do and where we envision it in the ecosystem and linked open data web. We'll also show you some showcases, talk about community and support, and that's it for today. So we envision diverse communities around the world who participate in Wikidata and in a network of specialized Wikibases to co-create an open and free global knowledge graph in a thriving linked open data web. You can see a visualization of that on the left.
And now I continue. And here you can see basically what we mean by linking data. So the way that knowledge bases are organized within Wikibase instances is in the same way that it is on Wikidata, with which you might be familiar with, or some of you may be familiar with, where you have items, you have properties, and you have statements for each properties. You have unique items like Mayangelu here, for instance, and then you have various properties for each one of the items. For example, the place of birth, which in this case for Mayangelu would be St. Louis. But the thing is that unlike a traditional database, here St. Louis is an item in itself with its own properties. And in this way, as an item with properties and various statements, and some of these statements would be again items in themselves, we are able to create a much more rhizomatic knowledge base, not like the traditional database where you would have, a very top-down organization of data, but rather a knowledge base, what we call a knowledge base. And thus, Wikibase is the free software, of course, that stores and organizes information which can be collaboratively edited and read by both humans and computers. It can be translated into multiple languages, and it can be shared with the rest of the world as part of the linked open data web. Now, the key functionalities of Wikibase is that users can create and manage their own linked open knowledge bases. They can use there is a flexible data model, so users can build their own data model which suit their needs, and they are not confined by the data model that is provided by the software. In this case, you can make your own that will suit exactly your needs. Everything is on MediaWiki interface, which means that we can easily access and update the data. All users collaboratively, everyone who's working on this specific Wikibase, on each specific Wikibase instance. And just like on Wikidata, we can interact, we can ask questions using Sparkle, the powerful query language. We would say that Wikibase is suitable for data collections that demand, want a flexible data model. It is very powerful for linking databases to external sources, and this means to external sources in general, or it could mean to Wikidata or to other Wikibase instances. Then it's pretty suitable for collaborative projects as well, where many people can edit and manipulate the data. It is really good for data that should be readable by humans and by machines. So they can also, as I said before, data that can be questioned through Sparkle in this sense. And then for projects that involve multilingual labeling.
So one thing that makes Wikibase also very unique is that Wikibase doesn't see itself as a standalone project, but as a part of a greater ecosystem. So its collaborative nature makes it easier than ever to create, connect, and grow a collaborative linked knowledge base. It's enabling the co-creation of the world's largest knowledge graph of free and open data, which will be used to create new and accessible knowledge for the world. When you look onto the next slide, then you see that it can be a scenario in which a lot of different knowledge bases and projects are interlinked with each other and can nurture, exchange, and create new knowledge together. And this is where we see Wikibase heading towards too.
You got a sense in the previous slide of the users of the organizations, but we went through it too quickly, so we're going to go a little bit into more detail about who is using Wikibase. It's, in fact, it's pretty difficult to say that. It's pretty difficult to track down everyone who's using it, and especially when we're talking about Wikibase Suite, the self-hosted version of Wikibase. However, like the image we have, approximately, looks a little bit like this chart here, in which, yes, we know that science, researchers, governments as well, government-related agencies and organizations are using Wikibase, but essentially the largest, let's say, part of the users of Wikibase comes from the grounds, from galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. And here we have like a few examples of users. This is, for example, the European Union, the European Commission, is using it for the EU knowledge graph and as a data repository for the cohesion website. Essentially, what they have done is a database or a knowledge base, rather, in which there are data for all funding that the European Union has provided to various projects over the years. And we see this actually as a very significant project and initiative for openness, for open knowledge, but also, for a healthy democratic society. There is transparency about the funding, and it's not only open. Such data are supposed to be open anyway, but by organizing them in this way and by making them searchable and queryable, it's also accessible. It's making it accessible. So citizens of the European Union or anywhere in the world can actually see where money from the European Union is going. It has been going over the years. And yeah. Right, that's one example then of Wikibase. And here's another. This one is the fact grid. It is a Wikibase instance that started as a research project of a research group of historians, but it started with a very specific purpose, basically to document the history of the Illuminati. But by using it and by exploring its functionality, so to say, they have decided, the makers, the original makers of this, they have decided that it can be much more. And what it has become today is, let's say, an open database for historians, for researchers, historians, to not only deposit their data, but rather to work live, collaboratively, analyze, and compare and connect data. Rhizome is one of the first organizations that picked up Wikibase. Rhizome is an art organization that works with born digital art, and they have adopted Wikibase in order to create their art base, so to say, of born digital artworks. And they commented, like in our discussions, they commented about how the flexible model of Wikibase captures the constantly changing nature of digital art. And this is exactly how it suits them, so to say. The born digital art has the particularity that each artwork might be completely different, a completely different format, a completely different thing from the rest. So if we're talking about something that is not standardized and not canonical, and you want to create a database of such items and of such data, then Wikibase, at least for them, has worked pretty well in doing that. Right, I think we don't have super much time, so I guess it's
I think you can still talk quickly about Enslaved in Quechua base.
Enslaved is an amazing project, and again, like a very, very significant initiative. It's a Wikibase instance in which they have created a linked open database of the history of the transatlantic slave trade. What I was describing before about a knowledge base in which properties and statements and items can be mixed and organized in a rhizomatic way, he finds an excellent application in this case. Because in this case, we have, for example, items as people, events, places, and so on. And by connecting the data within the database, not in the traditional structured top-down way, but in the way of a knowledge base, like a Wikibase, you can explore, users, historians, researchers, or anyone, basically, can explore, for example, people's biographies, or family trees, or movements of people in the States, for example. And again, we at least think that this is a very important initiative, as actually the Kids for Base as well. Another example, a smaller Wikibase instance in comparison to what we've seen so far. It's an attempt to document and to create a comprehensive database of the Quechua language, and this one is built on Wikibase Cloud. Right. Valerie.
Yes. So if you want to use Wikibase and have a look at it, we'd be happy to welcome you, and especially welcome you in our community. It continues to grow, and we really like to have other community members engage with each other, and we build, or let them build by others together, a number of avenues to connect with each other. So there's the user group, mailing lists, the Telegram channel, monthly live sessions, or the Wikibase stakeholder group, and you can find all of them on our sites as well. And then we also offer support to help you onboarding into the software with detailed documentation on how to, this is the next slide, on how to set up Wikibase using the Docker images or do it manually. We have a useful FAQ and technical support through third-party support service providers that you can also find. So that's it from our side. Thank you for joining us here. We hope that you have a better idea now of what Wikibase is. If you have any questions, you can reach out to partnerships or our contact address, and you will find much more information on the Wikibase website and on MediaWiki. So thank you for joining us here, and have a great rest of your conference day.
Hello, everyone, and good morning from beautiful Sweden, because it's morning here. I'm here today together with my colleague, Tore Danielsson. We work at Wikimania Sverige, the Swedish chapter of the Wikimedia Foundation. And we're going to talk about a project that we together have been working on this year, about building a repository of organizational knowledge. What is it all about? Well, we are a Wikimedia chapter that has been active for quite a number of years. We've done a lot of projects, we've collaborated with a lot of partners such as GLAM institutions, schools, universities, and public agencies. We have published a lot of reports and other documents. Well, that is a lot of things. and we use our own wiki to keep track of all of it. That is a solution that I know many other Wikimedia chapters use. And our wiki keeps growing every year. Every year, as you can see, for example, here, we create categories for each of the projects that we are running this particular year. And we try to be organized and put all the pages in the correct categories. Every project has a lot of data connected to it. It has an assigned project ID number that we use for all the bureaucratic things. It has a start and end date. It has a project manager assigned to it. It has a budget, and so on. And if you have been using linked open data, for example, if you're a Wikidata user and editor, then you might start thinking, what is the point of collecting all this information on a wiki in a combination of free text and templates that people have to go through to find the information, when this is very suitable to organize in a linked data format like the Wikidata. And then it would be much easier to find the information you're looking for. For example, what sort of projects have we done in the last 5 years in collaboration with art museums in Sweden? When it's all on a wiki, it's not easy to find. But if it was on Wikidata, it would be much easier. And of course, Wikidata is not the right place for this sort of internal information for a Wikimedia chapter. And that's where Wikibase comes in. This is the software that runs behind Wikidata. It is a free and open source software, so anyone can use it to set up their own database that is very similar to Wikidata and works just like it. I've heard from people who have installed Wikibase on their own servers that the installation and setup process is not always the most user-friendly. But these days, there is this great infrastructure called Wikibase Cloud, where you can set up your own Wikibase online with much less trouble than what is needed to work with your own Wikibase on your own server. So this is what we have been working on for the last months. Set up our own Wikibase Cloud instance to store our organizational knowledge in a structured form. Does it work? Is Wikibase a good software for this? And how it could be used in the future? That's what we've been trying to find out. You can reach our prototype at this address, metabase.wikibase.cloud, where you can get an overview of what we have been working on. For example, we have focused on modeling a couple types of items, such as our projects, people and organizations connected to Wikimedia Sverige, all the events we have done. That's a lot. All the presentations, editathon, classes we've had at universities, and all the documents we have published, like project final reports, white papers, and so on. And in the process of this work, of course, there's been a lot of conversations and a lot of thinking, because some of the things we include already exist on Wikidata. For example, if we have an editathon in Stockholm, we need an item for Stockholm, but we don't need to save all the information about Stockholm, that it is a city in Sweden, that it has coordinates, and so on. That's why, when necessary, we have a property, same as on Wikidata, to link to the corresponding Wikidata item of this concept. For example, here, our coworker, Josefin Herot Larsson, she works at Wikimedia Sverige, but she's also relevant enough to have her own Wikidata item, where you can find more information about her and her work. And because we make these connections, we can use federated Sparkle queries to get more information from Wikidata, such as I mentioned, coordinates of the cities where we have had different events, and we can plot them on a map if we want to. I really love writing Sparkle queries, and I really love federation. It's extremely powerful. And you really start thinking about possible combinations of things and what you could learn from them. So if you go to Metabase right now, you will not actually find all the data about our work from the last 10 years, because we have been focusing on just modeling, on creating example items for all the different types of information we want to include. We have tried to build an ontology that is a data model that fulfills our needs, since we have some special needs. For example, we do have a property for the project ID number that Wikimedia Sverige uses, which is not relevant for Wikidata. But at the same time, we want to keep it close to Wikidata so that it's understandable, so that it can be filled with data by people who are familiar with Wikidata, so that they don't have to learn a lot of new things. And we have also been focusing on documenting our thought process, our modeling process. And since, despite the fact that we are Swedish, we have done all the documentation in English. So if you go to Metabase, the link is in the slides previously. If you go there, you can actually read all the documentation and see all the examples and think about whether this makes sense. Later on this year, in September, October, throughout the autumn, we want to really stress test this idea. That is, we will have a person at Wikimedia Sverige who has not worked with us previously as an employee, and they will be tasked with converting all the information from our wiki to the structured data format. We love, for example, that Quick Statements works on Wikibase Cloud. So it will be a great tool for anyone who is familiar with Wikidata. And by doing this stress test and actually filling the instance with information, we will see whether this can work in practice. Does it make any sense in the first place? And our long-term plans are, or should I say long-term hopes, is that it does work and that other members of the Wikimedia movement will be interested in joining this initiative. And I would now like to ask Tore to say a couple words on this.
Yes, we have had a workshop for the staff at Wikimedia Sweden, and there are some experiences from the workshop that we have to consider for the future. And it is who are we doing this for, and what do we want to use Metabase for? What are the most important questions that we will ask Metabase? Of course, the organization have the structure of the information, but there is lots of information, and it takes time to collect, clean, and enter data, of course. Even if you have quick statement and so on, you have to prepare the data. And one thing is how detailed should the subject words be? You can be general or you can be detailed. Of course, this connection to Wikidata is very important, and there you have a very good solution. But when you're with your own properties, you have to have this discussion around this. And also, how should we work with the sources inaccuracies and updates? This could be this person that we are with hire in a couple of months or next month. So there will be a person that, because those questions have to be handled by someone. And one conclusion of the workshop was also that we have to start with a defined part of our activity. And that could be, we have done a lot of uploads to Wikimedia Commons, and that's something that we can share with our partners and even to share with new partners how we are working with this. So this is an area that we can start with. And for the collaboration, we would very much like to discuss or invite other chapters or organizations to this metabase, or discuss other Wikibase that have the same solutions, because we think that we can connect those Wikibase to each other. In the long term, we can find knowledge about inside our movement. Yes. We would very much like to have contact and hear other plans for this. Yeah, thank you very much from us, Alisa and me from Wikimedia Sweden.
Thank you.